دي اما مخرج جر جر. ايه هو ده صور. مرحبا بكم مرحبا بكم يا مراكش يا وريده ما بين النخل. مرحبا بكم يا مراكش يا وريده ما بين النخل.
Hello, hello world, and happy Tourism International and World Tourism Day. We are happy to welcome you in Marrakech in this live virtual tour exploring the beauty of Marrakech under the blue skies of Marrakech. My name is Mehdi, Mehdi MEHDIOUI, and I'm a tour guide of Marrakech. In the name of the travel and tourism body of Morocco, I'm very happy to welcome you to explore Marrakech daily life and Marrakech food, Marrakech history, and Marrakech heritage starting from here. Marrakech was founded on the 11th century. Before the 11th century, it was no Marrakech, but in the 11th century, a family called the El Moravids, or the host man, hundreds of them from the Sahara Desert. They crossed the Sahara Desert, they crossed the high Atlas Mountains, they came to Marrakech, they found it green, strategic, and they started to build their capital here, starting from this area, which was known as the Kasbah of Marrakech, where they built a residential quarter to govern what will be a future or the second capital of Morocco. Three colors are dominating the colors of Marrakech. One is simply the color of the buildings, terracotta and reddish color, as you can see behind me, as most of the buildings, if not all of them, have been built with local terracotta and earthen color. The second color is the blue skies of Marrakech. Marrakech, most of the year, is a sunny city and under the blue skies. The third color is simply the color of the green and the plantation and the gardens. Marrakech, being a royal city or served as a royal city for many centuries, is known with green, a lot of gardens, a lot of plantations. The gentleman beside me is simply a water seller. You may wonder what this man is doing. A water seller who would navigate markets and public squares looking for the thirsty people and offering them water, especially in summer, dominated with two colors. The red and green are the colors of the Moroccan flag and the Moroccan nation. The red color is celebrating love it by heart, or love your flag and nation by heart, and the color of the sacrifices and courage Moroccans have done for their independence. The green color is simply the color of peace in the Muslim religion. The Moroccan flag is red with a green 5-pointed star. The 5-pointed star is celebrating or symbolizing the 5 pillars of the Muslim religion. All the travel businesses all over the world are happy, wonderful day, and just like them, in Morocco we are celebrating this beautiful day under the wisdom of Moroccans, the resilience of Moroccans, and the solidarity of Moroccans. As you may have heard, that we had a devastating earthquake which have been badly But luckily, Marrakech was not too affected, as some international medias have been broadcasting, sadly. So a few days after the earthquake, the life went to normality, and Marrakech now is happily welcoming its travelers and tourists from all over the world, as certainly you will see while visiting the Medina of Marrakech with me. This mosque, the Qutubiyya Mosque, is one of the oldest mosques in Medina of Marrakech, again founded on the 12th century. The one standing here is an emblem of Marrakech. It's like a Marrakech Big Ben or Eiffel of Paris, as it is an orientation. It is the highest building here in Marrakech with a 74-meter high. 70-meter high, and with that, it is the highest building here in Marrakech, and no other building is allowed to go higher than 5 floors here in Marrakech. So it remains as the highest building here in the city. The main reason of building a minaret in a mosque is to call for the prayers, to spread the word of God in a high position and 5 times a day. Having a minaret in a mosque, it's not religious, but it is an architectural element in almost every mosque here in the city of Marrakech. So again, as I mentioned earlier, before the 11th century, it was the Marrakech, but in the 11th century, we had this family called the Almoravids, or the horsemen, hundreds of them from the Sahara deserts. They came to Marrakech and they found it strategic, safe, and with water, and they decide what will be the capital of a future empire here in Marrakech, which will rule Morocco and North Africa, including Andalusia. And this is the remaining of the first palace here in Marrakech. The El Moravis, they founded their first palace in here, but they surround this area with walls to be a royal section of Marrakech, which was sadly destroyed on the 12th century. On the 12th century, another family from the Atlas Mountains called the El Mohids, they decided to start a war against the El Moravids, defeated them, and they decided to destroy any of their buildings and rebuild another Kasbah on the south of Marrakech. The elements these buildings have been built are simply very natural elements, and hence the red color of Marrakech, from rocks which have been taken from volcanic rock formations around to local mud, and that's what led to a reddish terracotta color. All buildings in Marrakech, they have to be painted with a reddish terracotta color. Outside, you have to paint with a similar color, but inside, you choose any color you would like to have. In our journey for some few hours, I will take you to navigate different historical elements of Marrakech, to explore the local life, to see some of the local street foods, and of course to navigate Medina alleys, where a big number of Marrakechis are living. While in many Muslim and Arab countries there could call for the prayer, in Morocco it's not allowed to be recorded. It has to be live and 5 times a day. So this beautiful tower, the Qutubiyya Tower, the calls are happening 5 times a day in different times of calls, which are related to the position of the sun. The first call is happening early in the morning, and that's when the first light of the day comes. The second call is around midday, 1 o'clock or about. The third one, it's in the afternoon around 4 o'clock. Number 3, it's by the sunset, and it's called the sunset prayer. And the last one, it's in the evening, around 9:30, 10 o'clock this day. But every day it is changing because simply it's related to the position of the sun. And then shortly, standing beside here, you can see these elements which the Almoravids have used to build Marrakech. So these kind of rocks have been shaped from the mountain of Gilis, and then in between they use this local mud. So simply local mud mixed with a special clay called jir, and that's played like cement in all time. And of course, they used a lot of wood to build this kind of beautiful building, which have been lasting for about 1,000 years, as Marrakech did, of course. Pomegranates. This is the season. Morocco, it's one of the biggest harvesters of pomegranates, as I will explain earlier. Farming is huge in Morocco. It's number one, almost number one sector. And of course, now it's the season of harvesting this beautiful pomegranates. And during the season, there are lots of small trades and small stalls selling fruit juice, including pomegranate juice, which is affordable in Marrakesh. شحال هذا الرمان العصير؟ Okay, so it costs $1.50 to $2, $1.50 to $2. Pomegranate, beautiful fresh juice of the season, of the season. شكرا بزاف الله يحفظك. Morocco, for long, led by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, have been leading a wonderful politic to develop Morocco as a green country, And solar energy, as you can see here, this these panels are generating electricity from the sun. We are blessed with about 300 days of sun, and Morocco now is using this blessed source of energy to generate a lot of electricity. And Morocco has led the largest solar farm in the world on the southeast of Morocco, in the region of Ouarzazate, but very ambitious farms have been or under construction all over the country. Not only the sun, but Morocco is being blessed with 3,500 kilometers seaside to use technology or modern technology, especially the desalination of water to supply parts of Moroccan farming, but parts of Moroccan citizens drinking water from the sea. But also Morocco is being blessed with 3,500 kilometers seaside. We use our wind to generate energy by building many wind plantations all over the country. awaiting to see you shortly in a wonderful exploration of the Medina of Marrakech, again exploring its alleys, exploring its life, exploring its craft. I will leave you in a break and see you soon. Thank you. Our tour of the Medina will start with this beautiful craft, the Moroccan tiling known as the zellij. Unlike the Roman, the Greek tiles, where you have the same size of mosaics, different colors, you put them together. In Morocco, the Moroccan zellij pass different process from molding, baking, glazing, and shaping, as you will see in this beautiful workshop. Morocco has registered the zellij and Moroccan tiling as a World Heritage by UNESCO. From these beautiful tiles, we make tables, fountains, and of course, we design floors and walls as other decorative interiors and items. And it all comes from a local clay from the Middle Atlas Mountains. In the Middle Atlas Mountains, which are more with limestone, we have a special clay which make the best of tiles. And that's where this kind of tiles are baked. So imported from Fez, which is in central Morocco, we bring it to Marrakech. And then here in workshops like this, the artisans, my friends, they will actively market and then sizzle it to make different, beautiful, amazing patterns. And they can be rectangulars, they can be floral, they can be with arches and different kind of ocean designs. And it's up to the creativity of designers and artisans. They can make wonderful, beautiful tile creation. So again, the first process is molding and glazing. And then after that, the artisans, they would bring it here, and then they would mark it with special tools, and then cut it to make different kind of motifs, which of course in the end they would put it together to make wonderful tiling creation. Just like Fez, where this ancestral heritage started many centuries ago, Marrakech, as many other Moroccan old cities, is known with this wonderful tiling creation, which needs special trade, special expertise, but also a lot of attention to make. كده سي عبد الله لاباس عليكم صباح الخير كده سي الباشي لاباس عليكم. Of course, this kind of tiling are all handmade. And as you can see, when traditionally they have a client who is interested to this, they would have to agree on the design first. So this is the old tablets. And then they move to make the creation again, to make fountains, to make chimneys, to make pillars, around mirrors, to make tables, in floors, in walls, and in other locations, including to make wonderful swimming pools. And then, of course, again, it's all up to the creativity of the artisans to make different colors, but also different designs and shapes. And as you can see here, they are working on making a wonderful, beautiful coffee table or side table. Now, our artisans, together with designers, they challenge each other to make wonderful, beautiful design. And certainly this is like an idea of an architect or a designer. And then our mastermind are working actively to make it happen. Different colors and different shapes. Oh, this is the final idea. So certainly before it was more repetitive creations, but nowadays we have Moroccan designers who come with ideas, sit with the artisans, and then the artisans cleverly, they make it together for them. And this kind of styling, of course, for the local use, but for international exports also. Thanks to Moroccan designers, but a touch of international designers, Moroccan craft is celebrating a golden age because that's part of our big export, and it's registering around 20% growth last year. شكرا بزاف. الله يرحمك الله يحفظك. So we'll leave this workshop, and soon we will penetrate in a local market to see where Marrakechis and locals of this area, they buy their daily needs, including fruits and vegetables. Marrakech is a big city. It is one of the oldest cities of Morocco after Casablanca, which is #1 in terms of size and population. Rabat, the capital of Morocco, is #2. Marrakech and Fez came on the almost same size with a population of about 1 million people. But in the Medina of Marrakech, we have about a quarter of them are living inside. 240,000 people are still living inside the Medina. And of course, they need their needs, fruits and vegetables here. So every day, locals, they come to buy fresh ingredients, fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, and anything they really need, including meat, spices, herbs, and other kind of things for their daily needs. This is not the only one in the Medina of Marrakech, but it is one of other markets. Each huge quarter of the Medina has its own grocery, fruits and vegetable markets where the locals, they would come to buy anything they need. Of course, around this kind of markets, there are small businesses or daily businesses where people, they come to sell fresh milk from villages, brought from villages around, organic eggs, chicken, spices, herbs brought from the outskirts of Marrakech, and other kind of daily products. Moroccans are known by eating what their season is offering. So traditionally in our daily markets, people, they would buy whatever the season is offering them, again, either for fruits and for vegetables, as you will see here. Watermelons are on the season, oranges are on the season, pomegranates are on the season, dates are on the season, grapes are on the season, potatoes are on the season. And of course, you can see these beautiful sweet potatoes are still with its earth, just harvested freshly and brought to the markets as salads and other products. Farming contributes with hugely to the Moroccan economy, and it's providing jobs to more than 15%, depending on the season, of course, because most of our farming is more traditional and relying on the rainy season. If we have a good rainy season, so certainly that helps our farming to flourish and to be perfect. But in most of worst cases, it's providing jobs to more than 15%, and of course, it can go to about 20% of our population. But Morocco is a very big fishing country. Again, blessed with 3,500 kilometers of seaside. Fishing is a very big industry, and canning also, in many traditional but modern ports all over the Mediterranean and Atlantic coastal towns. And Morocco is among the best eating fishing country, which sardines are topping our catches. Sardines are among the best sardines in the world, and it's quite affordable here in Morocco, which Moroccans, again, they eat it very fresh. But of course, all kinds of fishes are harvested in Morocco, especially in the Moroccan Sahara. In the south of Morocco, we have a lot of fish, and that's thanks to this Atlantic Ocean facing the Sahara Desert. The warm water is perfect for small fish, and small fish are perfect food for bigger fish, and that certainly makes the coastal towns on the facing the deserts of Morocco are perfect for different kind of fishing, which we eat it fresh or we can it in different parts of the country. So again, in similar markets, the locals, they would come to buy anything they need, from chicken, from meat, from spices, either fresh or raw, seafood, lamb, beef, and anything they need for their daily needs. Moroccans, even in modern quarters outside of the old city, of course we do have supermarkets in outside of the city, but certainly people, they would come to buy their needs from similar markets because it's guarantee quality, but it's guarantee freshness in this kind of local markets. Quince are on the season. You see quince? They look like apples, but they are a vegetable. At least here in Morocco, we caramelize them and eat them as vegetables. This is quite a very popular soap. We call it the black soap. The black soap or the Moroccan soap, it's simply made out of olive oil, not argan oil, which we can talk about it later, but made out of the olive oil. After the extraction of olive oil, they take the last debris, which is rich with omegas and vitamins, and they mix it with the clay known as the Moroccan clay, and certainly we use it in making in Moroccan we happily use it in Moroccan hammams and for exfoliating. But it's nourish the body with omega vitamins um, uh, in hammams and steam baths. Morocco is known with the traditional Moroccan tea. While we import the green tea, to give an extra aroma for our tea, we use the mint, peppermint. Peppermint. Oh, wonderful smell. Peppermint is ground fresh. So again, we use it with our in our tea to give an aroma and flavor. In parallel, in occasions with other herbs. So either sage, verbena, and other kind of herbs are used also to give an extra taste to the Moroccan national drink, mint tea or atay bin na'na. Morocco is known also with growing a lot of tomatoes. We are among the best tomato harvesters in the world. So we top number 4, number 5 in oranges, in tomatoes, strawberry we are number 3, saffron, olive oil, and other kind of product. This is just to inform how farming is very big in African Morocco. While pricing here are no fixed prices, but they're almost set prices because of the competition. So traditionally, the prices here for fruits and vegetables, they don't vary too much. While you can be poor in Morocco, but you can never starve. And that's thanks to the fertile Moroccan land. And just in front of me, this man is my favorite uh, donut maker. Donut maker. So in occasions in my food tours, I happily stop to taste Moroccan donuts or sponge. And of course, the market is supplied every day. Potatoes, carrots, onions, and all kind of zucchini. I see salads. I see sweet paprika, sweet potatoes, and of course other kind of fruits and vegetables transported every morning to supply this kind of local markets. In the next journey, starting from the fruits and vegetable markets, I will take you in a little journey to touch different social elements which they constitute or are highly needed for every quarter in the Medina of Marrakech. A fruit and vegetable market is very important. A mosque is very important in the heart of every quarter. A traditional bakery, which we will visit soon, is very important in every quarter. A fountain is very important. A hammam or steam bath is very important. And those are the social needs which people traditionally, they need every day, and that brings the community close to each others. Again, every quarter would have a bakery, traditional oven where the families living around, the women, they buy the flour, they make the dough, and then they bring it here to be baked. And as you can see, the lady just taking her dough to be baked here. And then in about 45 minutes, 1 hour, they come and take it. So they don't pay daily, but they pay traditionally monthly. They have an arrangement with the baker where they, depending of course of the number of pieces of bread they make every day, the size of the family, they would pay for baking their beautiful bread in similar farrans or bakeries. And they're all wood. They don't use gas. They don't use electricity in here. Only wood bakeries. The Medina, again, has around 240,000 people living in here. And It's almost saturated, but people, they have anything they need. They have all the social needs, again, from our mosques, all mosques, fruits and vegetable markets, bakers, hammams, and other all kind of needs, of course, schools, of course, hospitals, administration buildings, and other kind of buildings. But also the Medina has anything it need in terms of electricity, fresh water, sanitation, telephone cables if they need it. Since the independence of Morocco in 1956, because we were occupied between 1912 and 1956, a lot of efforts have been done to develop, because when the French left Morocco, they left it really poor. And since then, huge efforts have been done to improve the quality of life, either, especially in fragile areas, either in Medinas, but of course in rural areas and villages. So to stabilize the people where they are, supplying the locals with anything they need was a must, and that certainly helped the people to stay where they are. So hardly you can find an empty house in the Medina. The main streets, including where we are, might be busy, but once you leave this busy streets, quickly it will get very, very quiet. So traditionally, they leave people, they build businesses or start businesses in those wide streets, while once you navigate left to right, to guarantee privacy in traditional Moroccan old life, people, they do not build their doors or their homes facing the main streets. And that's certainly to guarantee calm, to guarantee tranquility, but to guarantee privacy. And all the homes you can see left and right are residential. So locals, again, are still living in every single house you will find in this quiet street of this quarter. This quarter is one of the oldest quarters in the Medina of Marrakech. So again, founded on the 11th, 12th century, but of course, through years, the Medina has developed, but certainly there are some quarters which are older than the other. So again, this area, it is among the oldest in Marrakech, called Hart Sora, with Ben Yusuf Quarter, with Qa'at Ben Nahid, with Bab Aylan, with the Kasbah area. It is one of the oldest quarters in the old city of Marrakech from the 11th, 12th century. It was very, very easy to build streets wide, to build houses lined in very straight lines. But if Marrakechis or Moroccans build these Medinas very complicated, it is to guarantee protection, as the Medinas are built defensive. Marrakech Medina is surrounded with about 19 kilometers defensive walls. And that's certainly to protect against any kind of invasion, as Morocco suffered a lot of tries to invade it. Phoenicians before Christ, the Romans before Christ. On 15th, 16th century, the Vandals also after Christ. On 15th, 16th century, we had the Portuguese and Spanish. And of course, in the 20th century, we had the French and the Spanish invading or dividing Morocco to three pieces, while the north was under the control of the Spanish. the central Morocco was under the control of the French, but the Sahara or the Moroccan desert was under the Spanish control, which we recovered in 1975. So again, to defend themselves and to protect themselves, Moroccans, they built these old Medinas, including Marrakech, with all the facilities inside, with complicated walls and with complicated streets, confused. Within this alleys, we have what's known as the riads of Marrakech. It's very difficult to tell from outside, but from inside later on in our stop, we'll visit in the Medina, and that gives an example of how Marrakech houses are built from the inside. But many of those houses have been converted to be guest houses, including here. So many of the houses, they have been restored friendly to accommodate and to host travelers from different parts of the world. And certainly more than 10 to 20% of visitors or travelers visiting Marrakech, they choose to stay in those beautiful old homes, which tradition, of course, have been listed by the Ministry of Tourism. And of course, they have to have a standard. They have to have norms and a standard in terms of health and safety, of course, a good kitchen, enough lights, and any kind of needs to guarantee safety of the visitors. Behind these walls, it's a very important element in every quarter also, and that's the Moroccan hammam, so steam bath. It is closed simply because it's time for men. From early in the morning to midday, it's man turn, and with that, they close this door, women door, and then they open from the other side for men, while after midday, they would close that door for men and open for women. And it's a very important ritual. It's not religious to come to this kind of hammams, but it's a very cultural thing, which many Moroccans, they would come to clean up, to exfoliate, to relax, and of course, as a social meeting also, and no matter how many times you shower, when you come here, you feel different because it's activating, because of the steam, activating the blood circulation, and it helps to relax and to release the muscle tensions. Nowadays, of course, Marrakech is a very big spa destination. So thanks to two elements. Number one is this culture of coming to the Moroccan hammams. And then number two is the argan oil. Morocco has a tree which is called the argan tree, and that tree gives a very precious, beautiful oil, which is very rich with omegas and vitamins. And nowadays, again, there are many spa centers which are offering a combination of this kind of hammams and then massages with the traditional Moroccan argan oil mixed with other essential oils. Being a very old quarter, Hart Sora, as you can read in this, one of the guest houses here has the name of this quarter, Hart Sora. In Marrakech, the Jewish heritage is very big. And it's believed that the first Jew who lived in Marrakech in parallel of the foundation of Marrakech in the 11th and 12th century, they have lived in this area. It's one of two quarters where the first Moroccan Jewish community has lived. in Hart Sora, but also in the Muasin Quarter, which we will cross later. Nowadays, and after 15th and 16th century, there is another quarter known as the Mallah, where the Jewish community lived together in peace and in tranquility with the Moroccan people. The Jewish heritage is very big in Morocco. Anywhere you travel, you find a Jewish heritage, and Jewish quarters are located in almost every old city of Marrakech and in every village. Morocco is a very special nation. It's a nation, of course, earlier I spoke about different civilizations or Mediterranean empires who tried to conquer Morocco. That page of Morocco is over. But we look at this passage of civilizations as a heritage of the country. So while traveling Morocco, you quickly notice the richness of the Moroccan architecture, of the Moroccan blood, of the Moroccan food, Moroccan gastronomy, and other kind of components which make the nation of Morocco very special. And that's certainly affected anything Moroccan. Another very important social element in every quarter in the Medina of Marrakech is simply a fountain. Traditionally, this kind of fountains, they have a trough to feed their animals. It's not for drinking water because, again, in old time, every quarter would have a well with filtered water, and that's more drinking water. While the locals, they bring their animals, sheep, goats, camels, horses, mules, and others to feed them water from this fountain as from other fountains in the Medina of Marrakech. The Medina of Marrakech has hundreds, since it was built, of channels of water where fed from the Atlas Mountains. Two huge reservoirs have been built, one on the west of the Medina called Minar Gardens, Minar Pool, Minar Gardens, and one in the south of the Medina to serve as reservoirs for water to supply the Medina. So again, hundreds of channels have been built under the ground to supply Marrakesh palaces, Marrakesh gardens, Marrakesh fountains, Marrakesh hammams, and other crafts, especially to supply the tanneries water before it discharged on the northeast of the Medina in a dry river called Tansif. This is another important element in many quarters in the Medina. I will not say social needs this time, but this kind of buildings, they have a use. Marrakesh was on the Trans-Saharan route. So caravans, they come from different African countries, from Mali, from Chad, Niger, Senegal, Mauritania, but North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. And they end up in Morocco because simply we are the closest African country to Europe. And then, of course, they need places where to sleep. On the beginning, stopping in Marrakesh, they trade in tents, sleep in tents. But little by little, Marrakesh was built 11th, 12th century. And then, of course, if it's rainy, if it's windy, if it's cold, if it's too sunny, they need where to find shelters. And hence the idea of building this kind of funduks with always a big door for a camel or many camels to access. And then they come with salt, they come with ivory, gold, spices, sugar, and other things. And then they drop it here and they stock it in these tiny rooms. And then they trade in this kind of courtyards, but they trade in public squares of the Medina of Marrakech. But the rooms upstairs was more to sleep on them. Handlers of camels, they needed where to sleep. Caravanserais or inns, merchant houses. Again, where they would sleep 1, 2, or 3 nights as a passage, enough to trade with the locals, enough to get supply, to sell what they have, buy what they need, to wait for the rain to stop, and then they carry on their journey either back to Africa or mainly to the Atlantic Ocean, to Essaouira especially. Not only Essaouira, but Agadir Port, Safi, Casablanca, and other ports, mostly by the Atlantic, but some on the Mediterranean Sea. Nowadays, of course, there are no caravans crossing Marrakesh, and along the history, this kind of rooms have been converted for craftsmen to produce on them, to sell on them, but to stock on them. As you can see, this artisan is producing some slippers. It looks to me like Aladdin slippers, Ala ad-Din. So artisans now are owning those rooms where, like workshops, they produce leather, they produce metal, blacksmithing, stocking their goods, and other kind of items. But the artisans, of course, of Marrakesh are excellent metal lanterns, lightings, and other blacksmith makers. الله يسر الله يحفظك. This kind of funduks, we have hundreds of them in different quarters of the Medina of Marrakech. A lot of them have been restored through the history of, or the last few years. There's a huge plan was led by the Moroccan government to restore old Moroccan Medinas, including those funduks, because they constitute part of the heritage of Marrakech. So many of them have been restored, and some of them, including the one we just visited, is awaiting its turn to be restored shortly. Morocco is a very big textile makers, and textile is a very big industry nowadays, but that's thanks to excellent Moroccan weavers. Moroccan women, they excel in the Atlas Mountains, in rural areas, and then in the Sahara deserts, while taking care of their kids. Moroccan women, almost every woman in many villages, they would have a loom, a mother and sister, a mother and daughter, a grandmother, and a member of the family. They would gather together, sit together some few hours a day to make something for family use, to use as a wedding gift, to offer as a wedding gift for their daughters, but also as an investment. So the ladies, they would invest either in buying gold, but certainly having a piece of carpet, that certainly can be an investment which they can sell when they need the money. And all the Moroccan rugs are handmade rugs. Again, it's all a women art while taking care of their kids. The women, they excel crafting, designing, and building this kind of rugs. This is just a loom to display how the work is done. But again, every single rug is made in the rural area and in the Atlas Mountains. Marrakech souks is known with different crafts, be it textile, making rugs, making lanterns, lamps, but also producing leather and other kind of craft, as you will see navigating the souks of Marrakech, because we are just touching the souks of Marrakech. Just like Turkey, Iran, Persia, Afghanistan, Morocco is a very big craft rug makers. And as you can see, they can take different designs, different colors, different forms, depending where they are made, which tribe has made them, the purpose of use, because some of them are meant to cover the rocky floors or sandy floors. Some of them are meant to give some warmth for tents and villages in the Atlas Mountains. But some of them, they can be very decorative with complicated patterns, either patterns which can be symbolizing the nature where the people are living. Sometimes it's like a motif, sometimes it's statues which the Moroccan, Amazigh, Arab, and nomad ladies, they make. Thanks to Moroccan designers, but a touch of international designers, Moroccan craft is facing a wonderful design creation. And that's certainly because interior design, either in Morocco or in the West, is moving and rapidly. So Moroccan, either designers, but artisan ladies as men also, they have to follow up and they have to be very creative. And thanks to that, there are wonderful design creation on anything Moroccan crafts. Happily, we'll open you 2 pieces just to see the wonderful carpet, modern creation, and you can see how fluffy and how soft and how warm this kind of beautiful Moroccan Beni Warine carpets, and certainly they are made in snowy Atlas mountains and meant to, of course, soften the floor, but it's meant to make it warm and friendly from the chilly cold of the Atlas mountains. Happily, again, we can open another piece. And this one here, it's from the, apparently from south of Morocco. Taznacht, Taznacht, it's a village on the south of the High Atlas Mountains. And Taznacht is close to a valley which is known with its saffron, the Saffron Valley or Taliwin. So there, the land is blessed with the saffron, but the land is blessed with different herbs. And again, with that, the ladies, they would make to make this beautiful kind of colors, either pomegranates or alfalfa or mint or saffron, and different kind of natural colors to color the wool before they start the creation. The last one will show you this beautiful carpet, which has different techniques of work, from being woven, embroidered, and in occasions they use needles also to create different kind of reliefs. I can feel it. So certainly it can be a massage for the feet. Walking on them with bare feet, it's a kind of therapy, you know, reflexology. شكرا بزاف. This kind of funduks, they can be small or merchant houses. They can be medium as they can be large, where dozens of rooms, either on the ground floor, but on the first floor, again, artisans, they produce leather, they polish metals, they do kind of coloring the leather, coloring wool, and other kind of crafts as other kind of trades. And they're all privately owned. While everyone can access those funduks, because they are part of the heritage of Marrakech, but those rooms are privately owned, and people are free to do whatever they want with their rooms, either to produce on them, to stock on them, or to sell on them. Next stop will be to visit one of the jewels of Marrakech, which is the Médina Ben Youssef. Just like the Bahia Palace, the Badi' Palace, the Saadian tombs, and many other historical landmarks, the Médina Ben Youssef is one of the most preserved historical, beautiful buildings here in Marrakech. But shortly, I would like to introduce you, Si Mohammed. He is one of the best sardine makers. It's my favorite sardine sandwich maker. Again, as I explained earlier, sardines, it's a very big catch in Morocco, and it's known as a street food. And we excel cooking Moroccan fish, especially sardines, different ways, either being fried, marinated and fried, or being cooked in ovens, or like fish balls and different kind of cooking. And before they cook it, they make a marinade, which is made out of parsley, coriander, preserved lemon, cumin, salt, pepper, tomato paste, and other kind of herbs to make a very beautiful marinade before they fry them. الله يسلمك. Artisans here in the Medina as shopkeepers, they open whenever they feel like making a business. So from 8, 9 o'clock, artisans, they will start to set up to open their businesses. And then they close whenever they feel like they don't make a business. The souks of Marrakech is being one of the largest craft markets in the world, if not the largest crafts in the world. I'm sure China or India would have larger markets, but if we really talk crafts, the souks of Marrakech is one of the largest craft markets in the world, as you will see, navigating the souks later. So again, we are in one of the oldest quarters in the Medina of Marrakech. This quarter is known as or called Ben Youssef. Ben Youssef, and it gets its name from one of the Moroccan rulers, Yusuf ibn Tashafin. And he was responsible of building this mosque, Ben Youssef, late in the 11th century. And just around here, this is the oldest archaeological element we found in Marrakech, known as Qubba el Moravit. Qubba, the dome, el Moravit are the horsemen, again, or the founders of Marrakech on the 11th century. And this has served to be the ablution rooms for the mosque called Ben Youssef Mosque. Traditionally, the ablution rooms are inside the mosque, not outside, but this was an exception. This was an exception simply because the level of water is deeper here. And as you can see, the channels of water are deeper. So in all time they have no machines, and then they rely on gravity to transport or to supply water. So again, the worshippers, they would do their ablution here before they join the prayers in Ben Youssef Mosque, which is the oldest mosque in Marrakech, 11th century. Well, this is a old, or this is a Marrakech map, or a map which is of the Medina of Marrakech. There are about 19 kilometers defensive walls again to protect against any kind of invasion, which was built mostly on the 11th and 12th century. And then since then, the Medina of Marrakech started to expand 11th, 12th century in this area, the region of the Qutubiyya Mosque, which was more like a royal section. And then around this area where we are, which is Ben Yusuf area, 11th, 12th century, and this was more where the locals lives and with enough space in between. And again, since then, the Medina of Marrakech has expanded 11th, 12th century, 13th, 14th century on the area of the Ben Saleh area, and then 15th, 16th century on the Dar al-Basha, and then the Luxor area, but on the Mallah area, which is the Jewish quarter also, which have been developed on the 15th and 16th century. But when the founders of Marrakech, they built the Medina of Marrakech, they allowed a lot of space in the middle. They knew cleverly that the Medina, the population will expand. And without two things, you surrender or you give up. Without water, and they cleverly built Marrakech over water because it has a huge water table. And then they built hundreds of channels of water to supply the Medina of Marrakech, but also they allowed a lot of empty space for farming, again to guarantee enough food. In time of invasion and in time of tension, they can do all their farming inside the Medina. And of course, that empty space allowed the population to expand, but always within the city walls, at least up till 1912, and that's the year of the French. When the French arrived, the new city started little by little. Of course, now Marrakech is surrounding the old Medina of Marrakech, but again, the Medina is home to about 240,000 people. So one of every four citizens of Marrakech is living inside the Medina of Marrakech. And again, they have anything they need. Another beautiful design store. So again, while navigating the Medina, you'll see this wonderful design creation from lamps, from lanterns, from vases, antique doors, and other jars and other beautiful design creation. Madrasa, Medersa. It's derived from the Arabic word al-madrasa, which means simply school. While in many countries they refer to the madrasa as a religious Quranic school. In Morocco, madrasas were for different kind of learners. They were like universities to teach mathematics, astronomy, astrology, philosophy, law, literature, and different kind of learnings. And this was meant to create needs of the society.
But we pay our ticket.
The Madrasa bin Yusuf was founded on the 16th century. And since then it was used to be a university to teach different sciences. The madrasa stopped being used on 1956 as a school or a university, and since then, it's like a historical landmark. The school have been facing a restoration in the last 4 or 5 years. 2 years before COVID, there was a very major restoration, but COVID came and it allows another 2 years of restoration. Reopened 1.5 years ago. Now, it's one of the most visited landmarks here in Marrakech. And this kind of schools have been built to be boarding schools. It was meant to be universities again, where the students coming from other villages, coming from other towns, but coming from other countries, because for long Morocco was a learning destination where the students come from either from Andalusia on 15th, 16th century, or even before, coming from North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, but Mali, Chad, and Niger. They come for high learning again here, and this wasn't meant to create, or this wasn't meant for normal education, but it was meant really to create elite and for high learning. The school has 132 little and big rooms to host or to accommodate the students coming from far. The basin here was for different uses. One is simply aesthetic, decorative. It's cooling in summer. It's to clean the boats, because in old time they have no paper. So they would write on the wood, and then easily they would clean it up, and then it's drained out. But also to do the ablutions, because Muslims, before they do their prayers, they need to be clean, and they have to have clean water beside them. Of course, a university with hundreds of students needs different classrooms, and this is one of them. This was a teaching room. The teachers, they would sit there, and then over carpets, clean carpets, the students, they would, or they stay in front of them. And of course, it's never enough with one classroom. And with that, this kind of schools, or this concept of university, started in the 13th and 14th century under the Marinid area. They built them always beside the mosque. So that's where the mosque will administrate this kind of buildings, but also the mosque would offer its space for other classes and other learners. Many of the rooms spacious, and they were offered more to teachers. 10 rooms facing the courtyard, they were offered to teachers who come from far to teach the students, but many rooms are facing light wells. Some of the rooms are facing the streets. The school is now with this wonderful craft creation, tiling or the zillage. We have seen on the first workshop, and then carved plaster work, or gypsum, which is cast by hand by the Moroccan artisans, while a lot of use of cedar wood, as you can see, because Morocco is home to the largest cedar forest in the world. And we use the cedar because it's a strong wood. It's easy to carve, but also it has a nice, pleasant smell, which push insects, flies, and mosquitoes away. Calligraphy is very common in Moroccan constructions. And the calligraphy, it can be on the tiles, it can be on the plaster, but it can be on the wood, as you can see far there on the top. And there are either religious words, Quranic words, prayers. They tell a story. It's poetry. But also archaeologists and historians, they use them to, or they read this to find the name of the founders, who built the building, but also the age of the buildings. Again, being one of the most visited places here in Marrakech, you can see that a lot of hundreds of travelers are navigating the streets of the Medina visiting its historical sites, sitting in its cafes, enjoying its sun, and relaxing in its beautiful riads and hotels. Soon, I will introduce you to members of an organization or association for the preservation of the heritage of Marrakech, material and immaterial heritage of Marrakech, actively for many years on the restoration of old Medinas and villages in the Marrakech and its region. And its region around.
Hello, I'm Fatin Safieddine, Vice President of the Touras Association. So, what do you want me to say? What are we doing here or what?
About the projects, the social projects your association is doing, Tourat is doing for the Medina of Marrakech, its heritage, and the villages around it, and the rural areas.
Yeah, exactly. That's the objectives of our association is to help and all the concerned people to inform them and how to preserve and restore as much as possible the heritage of architecture, historical heritage of Marrakech, indeed. But mainly this in this period and after the earthquake is for all the villages in the mountains. Because we are very, very concerned with all the experts and architects, members of our group, that this restoration after the earthquake will be done in the best conditions and very traditional, using the traditional materials, improved since centuries. So that's our shortest objectives or aims. Yes.
And for how long your association have been active?
Oh, we are very young. We didn't celebrate yet our first anniversary. It will be done the 22nd of November. And we were a very small group in the very beginning with some of our groups. Can you introduce you to Mr. Yeah, Moulay Abdallah Alaoui, who is one of the, let's say, earliest photograph, and he knows the Medina and the patrimony like his pocket. And Miss Hakima Drisi. She is also member of our association, and she's working in the rural and area, especially in Azilal area, where we have the chance. She met in Azilal and Urgan. That's where you met Miyamoto. Yeah, one of the most important international experts, Japanese one, after of seism and earthquakes. So she introduced him to our association, and he gave us already many of his recommendations how to restore in a way to rebuild with anti-seismic system if needed. But what's very, very interesting is that all the members of our association, especially the architects very involved in earth vernacular architecture, that everybody is convinced that and you can see it here in the Medina, and we've seen it in the countryside, in the mountains, that when it was done in the very old and traditional techniques and know-how, it resists much more to problems and from the earthquake than some much more recent in concrete and new techniques. So, and when it was mixed also with the two techniques, it was much more fragile than the very traditional. That's what we try to preserve as the heritage, universal heritage, because it's a know-how coming from centuries,
And you have some experts, of course, some architects in the...
Yeah, sure. In our association already, the president of our association, Mrs. Suad Belkaziz, is maybe one of the most knowledge people who knows about heritage architecture, because she is expert in patrimony. She is also architect expert for diagnostic, yeah, and she did a lot of research. She knows very, very well all the heritage, agricultural heritage of Marrakech, and of course its surrounding. That's already one. I mean, many. I cannot tell you the names, but are very good experts, architects, and not only architects, also historian, and as you see, people, members who are very involved, and yeah.
And locals of Marrakech also. So thank you, madam. And then I wish you come in the right time.
Yeah.
I'm sure with the team you have, you will be an added value for Marrakech, for the region, and for Morocco.
Yeah,
and
I hope
wish
so.
you a wonderful success.
Thank you very much. I wish so. But what's incredible, I want only to say last word, that Marrakech and its all its villages all around, it is impressive how people very quickly they took in their own hand to reconstruct and to rebuild. And that's this resilience. I don't know if you use it in English. It is something impressive, really impressive. I'm very happy to see that. Thank you very much.
It was a big pleasure meeting you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and wishing you a wonderful success. All the best to you. Thank you. Cheers. Goodbye. Thank you. So, as you have heard from this young association, they are very active in the restoration of the patrimonial heritage of Marrakech, but also they are active on the intangible heritage of Marrakech. We'll continue our tour, navigating the alleys of Marrakech. And again, I congratulate the Moroccan people, including myself, under the reign of our blessed King Mohammed VI, for the bravery, for the resilience, the strength, and the solidarity of the Moroccan people during this hard time. Marrakesh streets are known with herbs, spices, medicinal plants, smells, and all kind of colors. We are in front of a herbal store, and this is, of course, one of hundreds in the Medina of Marrakesh, which every visitor can quickly notice. Argan trees are very popular here in Morocco, so you may have heard about a tree which grows only in Morocco and now it's in the world. And this tree is in the area of Marrakesh, the region of Marrakesh, again between Marrakesh, Essaouira, Agadir, Taroudant, and Taroudant, Marrakesh. This is the only area in the world where this wonderful tree is grown. The tree have been listed as a World Heritage by UNESCO thanks to its value, because we extract a kind of oil which is very highly in use in cosmetic, but culinary uses here in Morocco, thanks to its richness with omegas and vitamins. As we extract the can, we break the nuts, and we take some elements which we pass either in machines, but certainly in traditional mills like this, to extract a kind of oil which is very, very popular in Morocco. International cosmetic brands are using this oil now to make wonderful cosmetic creams. Moroccans, we do have modern pharmacy, but traditional pharmacy is very big here in Morocco. I remember when I was a child, and even when I grew up, my mother, she's in heaven now. Every time I have a tummy upset or I need something to calm my stomach, she would really refer to this kind of herbs to help me. Of course, if needed, we have to go to modern pharmacy, but the very traditional pharmacy is very big here in Morocco. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. شكرا. الله يكون سلامتك كده ويخليك بخير بخير. The next section of the Medina of Marrakesh, it has a name, it's called Tal'a, and it's known with local street food. So artisans and workers, as shop owners, they would come to have their light lunches here, either tagines, barbecues, smoothies, juices, and other kind of food here. This section is active only either for early breakfast, late breakfast, early lunch, late lunch, but no dinners, simply because they're after dusk, after the sunset, or in the evening, this area will shutter. In old time, the souks of Marrakesh was divided into different sections. Still, while navigating, as you will see quickly, a wonderful design store. We can pop in quickly here and then carry on our visit just to see the wonderful design creation. So again, while in the streets of Marrakesh, you will see a lot of beautiful creations, but certainly there are Moroccan designers, but international, again, designers who come with ideas, sit with the artisans, and they're happy to and talented to create this kind of beautiful lightings, lamps, tables, chairs, and other kind of wonderful creations. And small trades and small artisans are producing leather, making slippers, bags, boots, and other kind of leather creations. So this quarter is dominated by leather. You can see this man, Ballon d'Or, is a specialist in making beautiful quality rugby balls, boxing balls, but certainly soccer balls. The leather, the artisans they made here or they make here is made out of sheep, made out of goats, made out of camels, but made out of cow skin also. And just in front of us here, this is our auction leather market. So every morning, artisans, they would gather from 9 to 2 every morning, except Friday. Friday, it's their day off. Artisans work in the leather. They come to buy the skin or the hide of animals, and then they take it to color it, they take it to soften it, they take it to work it to make any kind of beautiful leather creation, again, from belts to bags to slippers to leather jackets, poofs or ottomans, and other kind of leather creation. There is another market in the Medina of Marrakech, which is reserved for camel and cow skin, while the little market we just visited now is reserved for sheep and goat skin. So every day there are thousands of artisans who join their small businesses and workshops to make any kind of Moroccan crafts. In every Moroccan government, we have Ministère de l'Industrie, Industrial Ministry, but we have Crafts Ministry, Ministère de l'Artisanat. Crafts Ministry job is to help this kind of artisans to keep doing the job the same way they was doing or their ancestors have been doing, but also they teach this kind of crafts in modern schools. So many children, especially those who have difficulties in modern or education, they would join these craft schools where they would learn some crafts, but in parallel of that, they continue their education, and in parallel of that, they learn some design or computer work, and that certainly helped them to be more creative and to innovate, because without innovation, you die. All these kind of crazy traits die. Another section in Marrakech is known as Haddadin, or the blacksmith area. So in this area, artisans, they excel making lots of crafts creations based on metal, either iron or copper or brass or tin, pewter, or simply a fusion and a marriage of all those kind of metals to make lamps, to make lanterns, to make chairs, tables, doors, windows, cages, separation walls, and other kinds of metal creation. And of course, without forgetting some art. So there are some artists who are active here using metal to create some kind of beautiful art. الله يعونكم الله يسر كده بخير كده ما بخير. So space is not too friendly in the markets, but artists, they try to use every little space to make their wonderful crafts creation. As tour guides, of course, Marrakech and Morocco is about history, but Morocco is about its beautiful landscape. Marrakech is about its craft also, as Morocco is. So artisans are excellent craft makers to make all kind of beautiful pieces. And here, we are home to a friend artisan whose name is Aziz. Visiting the Medrasa Ben Yusuf, you have seen some ocean of carving creation. And this is all hand carved. So artisans, hundreds of them, if not thousands of them all over the country, are still actively making this kind of wonderful plaster carving. It's not mounted, what you have seen on the madrasa and what you may see in many historic landmarks, but it's all hand carved, and that's thanks to the blessed fingers of Moroccan artisans. So Aziz is one of the best plaster artisans and plaster carving master. Of course, this kind of things are to decorate Moroccan riads, to decorate Moroccan homes, historical land, historical buildings, palaces. But Mr. Aziz, now he is doing it as art pieces. So he would make logos, he would make names, he would make beautiful patterns, and then of course, which will be for sale in his workshop. الله يرحم والدين الله يستر الله يخلفكم. أهلا وسهلا. This is what he. This is a beautiful greeting here in Morocco to mean warm welcome. Warm welcome. It's made here. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's there. Ahlan wa sahlan. So of course some names. A warm welcome. This means peace. This it can be names, of course, for ladies, as you can hear, Noor, which is light, Hajar, Sarah, and different names. So people, they simply give them an idea, and then the artisans are very creative. They would make them. يسلمكم. So again, traditionally in the souks, it was divided into different sections, depending on the kind of trades are made in them. Nowadays, it's a marriage of different colors. So people, they sell something. If it doesn't work, because it's all about making a business, certainly they have to shift to making something else, to produce something else, or to sell something else. And with that, it's leading to a marriage of different colors, a marriage of different creations, a marriage of different trades. From wood creation to leather creation to blacksmithing, ceramics and potteries, textiles, the market has an answer to every taste. The Medina of Marrakech, as the craft markets, the souks of Marrakech, it constitutes one of the highlights of every visit or every tour of Marrakech. But it is not the only one, of course. Marrakech has many historical landmarks. Marrakech has many gardens. Marrakech has a lot of beautiful restaurants with tasty Moroccan food, which is celebrating or which is ranked among the best food in the world. So again, you can see happy travelers from all over the world navigating in peace. Hundreds of them are with tour guides, licensed tour guides. A number of them are navigating by themselves. Of course, the Medina of Marrakech is a labyrinth. And with that, in occasions, I would not say always, but in occasions, travelers and visitors, they need some guidance, you know. And then, of course, in our body of licensed guides, we are more than 1,000 licensed guides in Marrakech, are offering daily tours to help our guests and visitors of Marrakech to explore the old city and its historical landmarks. This quarter is known as Mouassine. Mouassine, it was developed in the 15th and 16th century. In parallel of the Reconquista of Spain, which happened in 1492, there is dozens of thousands of families, Muslims, but Jews have been pushed out of Spain or Andalusia, which have been under the Moroccan control or the Moroccan throne for about 800 years. So time came, sadly, in 1492, when non-Christians have been pushed out of there, and they found refuge here in Morocco, and that led to the creation of some of the quarters in the Medina of Marrakech, including this one here, where a number of the Jewish community of Marrakech has lived in peace and coexistence with Marrakechis here before the creation of a larger Jewish quarter, or the Mallah, where most of the Jews of Marrakech voluntarily join a larger community simply to be close to the facilities like synagogues, because dozens of them have been built there, and religious buildings in the Mallah, which is located on the south of the Medina of Marrakech. For many years, again, the Medina of Marrakech have been facing huge restoration, not only in Marrakech, but in Tangier, wherever you go. All these old towns have been restored, being in Tangier, in Fez, in Meknes, Casablanca, Rabat, Chefchaouen, Tetouan, and other old Moroccan Medinas have been actively restored using the old techniques of construction. While navigating Marrakech now, you may see some, again, continuation of restoration. Most of the streets of Marrakech, including this one, have been beautifully restored. The idea is to bring Marrakech how it used to be, coating the facades, covering the electric cables, checking the sanitation, but of course new pavements have been done, and again to make the Medina certainly cleaner, friendlier, and easier to walk through with enough of signs. All the shops you see here are privately owned. And being private, people are free to do whatever with the business. They can use them, they can sell them, they can rent them, they can share the business with someone else. It's simply very liberal, just like Morocco. The market of Marrakech is active all day. Of course, in occasions, it can be much busier than others, but it's from 8:30, 9 o'clock, people, they start to sit up, waiting for the first visitors or shoppers to come. And then they stay until it gets dark. And of course, some of them, they stay longer than others. Those who are very deep, they may close a little bit early by sunset, but those who are in some of the main streets, close to the public squares, they stay longer, especially in summer. We are saying goodbye to our summer, but certainly the nightlife stays busy here up till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, or about. You will find still people navigating the Marrakech alleys, the Medina of Marrakech, and the souks of Marrakech. In the Medina, part of it is covered, as you have noticed visiting the old alleys, but part of it is open to the skies to get air, light, and sun. With small squares. This square is called Bab Ftour. Bab Ftour. It's a very active street where a lot of Marrakechis, they would come and shop for dry fruits, dates, almonds, walnuts, but of course to buy their crafts. You know, visiting the souks of Marrakech, the souks of Marrakech is historical, so it is not meant for tourists. It's not made for tourists, but it's very historical, as old as Marrakech itself, 11th, 12th century. So this is where Moroccans would come and shop. Sometimes you have to count 10 Moroccans before you find some tourists. But of course, travelers, tourists, either Moroccans, but internationals also, they love it, they come to see it. And with that, they spend on it. To get supplied, Marrakech uses carts. Marrakech use carts. Marrakech use sometimes donkeys. They do the job, but in occasions they need some machines to transport, or vehicles to transport stuff. Traditionally, they are not allowed, but in some of the streets, some of the vans or the vehicles, they may enter, certainly to give the supply or heavy supplies to the Medina of Marrakech. Certainly every morning, lots of things are introduced in, but lots of things are leaving the market every day, either to supply other Moroccan markets, but certainly to be exported also. Shortly, I will be very happy to show you one of Marrakech food specialities, known as the MEHDIOUI. This little street is known as the MEHDIOUI Alley, where in old time, happy caravan handlers, happy visitors, and up to now, they would come to enjoy a lamb dish which is cooked the very authentic Marrakech way. Baby lamb, these kind of ovens, they have, they are deep. They are 2 meters deep, 180 centimeter wide, and they go conic until the mouth. Every morning around 7:30, 8 o'clock, lamb which have been prepared, drained, they would drop it in this kind of traditional ovens, and then they bake it for 1.5 to 2 hours. Every room can take about 10 lamb in occasions, 15 lamb in occasions, and then with many lamb on the same oven, and with embers under, that creates a steam. And that steam certainly will cook the lamb, steam it, and then with embers around, that's roasted the meat. A lot of Marrakechis and a lot of tourists also, they come to enjoy the MEHDIOUI delicacy. While this is simply the jar, this is another delicacy in Marrakech known as tangia, not to be confused with the tagine. While the tagine is cooked over stove or over charcoal, the tangia is cooked in the ash. In the steam bath, there's always a room where they feed the fire. And then once they have enough ash, they would put this jar, which has traditionally lamb or beef, and then preserved lemon, some saffron, some spices, olive oil, and then a little bit of water. And then they seal it, and they put it in the oven for about, or they put it in the ash for about 3.5 to 4 hours, And certainly that's cook a wonderful meat delicacy here in Marrakech, known as the tangia. While close by, This is a wonderful olive market. As I mentioned earlier, Morocco is a very big farming country, and few years ago, I believe last year, we were ranked among the top olive harvesters, but olive harvesters and olive oil makers, you know, and all the olives, they come from the same tree, because sometimes people, they see green or red or black and they think different trees. It's only one tree which gives all the colors. And nowadays, this is the season of it will happen soon. The season of harvesting the olives, which happen between October, November, and December. So it is a simple process of aging from November to end of December. They move color from green to red to the black. In Morocco, olives are quite very popular. Either they can be eaten like they are. Of course, they have to be into salted water, because picking them from the tree and eating them, they taste sour and bitter, and hence all these blue buttons where they put them in salted water before they become edible. And then after, either using sage, they use thyme, they use garlic, they use chili, parsley, coriander, and other herbs to give them an extra flavor. Again, after Greece, Italy, Morocco is a very big olive harvester. And then, of course, we export a lot of olive oil to mainly to the European markets, because we have a big contracts between Morocco and the European Union, allowing Moroccan fruits and vegetables under an agreement to be exported easily to the European markets. And in parallel, we allow Europeans to fish in the Moroccan coastal or the seaside, especially Portuguese and Spanish, or Spanish and Portuguese, because they are more the fishermen of Europe. So they are allowed to fish in our seaside under the European Union flag, or the agreements we have with the European Union. And just now we will start navigating the heartbeat of Marrakech, Jama' Lefna Square. Jama' Lefna Square constitutes the soul of Marrakech. It's the heartbeat of Marrakech, where locals, travelers, they come every day to shop, to socialize, and kind of entertainment. Because now it's snake charmers, acrobats, storytellers, musicians, and others. They would gather all day long, but mainly by the sunset. That's the very optimal time to visit the square, by the sunset, cooler. And then, of course, people have more time to come to the square. And with that, it comes to a hectic, busy time. So I would recommend every visitor to Marrakech not to miss visiting the square 1 hour before the sunset, as the light is very soft over Marrakech. Winston Churchill has described Marrakech as the best place on earth to spend an afternoon. And he was referring to the beautiful light reflected over the ochre and terracotta color of buildings here in Marrakech, especially being people here at the square. They sell stuff like orange juice, all these dry fruits. Some are selling products. Some people are selling services, taxis, and others. But some are, I would say, selling pictures. So snake charmers, monkey tamers, and others. People gather around them and then take their photos while they charm their animals here. Around sunset, big parts of Marrakesh, including or Marrakesh Square, including this empty space in front of us, stores selling food. They are not allowed to cook lunch. They are not allowed to cook breakfast, but they invade this space here. Of course, they are licensed to cook all kind of Moroccan dishes, from barbecue to soups. Just always celebrate Medina happens. It's a city of entertainment, a city of jokes. بغى يجرب ولا شنو؟ بغى يجرب. The Kutubia Mosque is a landmark, as you can see. life carries on under the Marrakech. Today, again, the Tourism Corp of Marrakech and Morocco is celebrating the International Tourism Day, just like any travel professionals. The tour guiding organization is welcoming Marrakech travelers with flowers, teas, and a very big smile. I'm happy to introduce you the president of the guiding organization of the region of Marrakech, Safi, and then he will delight us with the events that are celebrating today.
Welcome everybody to Marrakech. Today we celebrate the International Tourism Day. As you see, this morning a lot of tourists from all over the world visited our tent here in Marrakech in the big square Jamal Fna. So we spent a good moment with the tourists. As you see behind me, as you see, lot of groups still arrive to visit us, and this morning more than thousands visitors visit our tent. We can say to you that life returning well to Marrakech, and the visitors visiting the old city. There is no problem. Marrakech is safe. You can come, and welcome to Marrakech, and thank you for choosing Marrakech like your destination.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh. Thank you very much. So again, happily we are celebrating the International Tourism Day, and this is a kind of carts. We call them kalish. It's horse-drawn carriages, which are traditionally the old Marrakesh taxis. In old time, they would take the locals, navigate to the Medina, and take them to their destination. Nowadays, there are more to take Marrakesh visitors in a nice Marrakesh journey. Traditionally for 45 or an hour to explore the narrow and tiny streets of Marrakesh, the local life, but also the gardens of the city. Hundreds of horse-drawn carriages, they are licensed to navigate the Marrakesh Island, just like Marrakesh Islands, just like they did hundreds of years ago. The horses are vaccinated, the horses are well cared of, and together with the horse carriages, they constitute a nice attraction for the city. Again, in this special day, the International Tourism Day, we invite travelers from all over the world to come to Marrakech as a wonderful, and Morocco destination, as a wonderful destination rich in its history, rich in its landscape, from mountains to Sahara Desert to stunning beaches, but rich in its culture, in its food, but in a big smile. So we're happy to welcome you at any time. ومرحبا بكم في مراكش. Thank you very much.